And we're live. We lost a light bulb. I don't know if you have to buy them in packs of 4, I think, the ones I use. I think we might just have to do a lower light. Anyway, we're live from Note of Angles, named by Rosen. Hey, to Rosen's here, Toby McGuire's here. Jazzy's a lover, not a fighter. Big Child's here, Staff Johnson the boxer, Bugster Douglas the boxer, Iron Beauty Tyson the boxer, and Neighborhood Watch. Hope you're all doing good. Stavis, it feels like we're up late at a sleepover. Yeah. It was interesting. I was Muty last stream. You mentioned you were saying how in Europe they don't wash their eggs, and maybe I could do that. So I was researching, and I was learning more than I ever thought I'd learn about eggs. But apparently, unfortunately, I should say, Americans and Europeans have different methods for dealing with salmonella. And what Americans do is they wash the eggs in advance. The egg, the farmers or whatever. And in washing it, I guess the reasoning behind it is you're going to get off the dirty chicken stuff off of it, that could give you salmonella. But in doing so, they remove this protective outer shell, essentially. And so if it's not refrigerated, it's going to have a much higher likelihood of bacteria and stuff. Whereas in Europe, they don't wash the eggs, the outer eggs, and so there isn't that same risk. And Europe also, I guess, apparently is required, I don't know how recently, but to vaccinate the chickens against this. Whereas in America, of course, they're not required to vaccinate. Yeah. So I could basically, if I were to buy eggs from a farmer's market, I probably, they probably don't wash, or I don't know, maybe they have the same requirements. I don't know. So, yeah. He says, I love the lighting. Feels like you're about to tell us something serious. We might have much moodier lighting in the van because I have to be so power conscious, I'm not going to be able to have all the lights on all the time. Although I use very low wattage bulbs, but still, I'm using, I think, 14 watt bulbs. And in here, I'm using 4 or 5, I think. So I won't need as much in a small space, but still, it's a lot of power. And then if we're able to do, I don't know, so it's fun. I realize there might be something I hadn't really considered that could make doing shows outside difficult. Not always, but sometimes. So I tried to go film the Shakespeare sketch. And I filmed most of it. I don't know if it's any good. Because it was very hard to concentrate on the performances because bugs. Oh man, these swarms of, I don't know, they were gnats or what, they weren't biting, but they were just, I looked down at my legs and it looked like there were, 50 flying around my little tiny things. And then they're getting all up in my face and my ears, I swallowed at least one. So I was trying to do these takes, and I'd sort of get in a position to do the take, try to do a quick take, and then move away and sort of go like this and then come back. All while it's 85 degrees and I'm dressed up like old man Frank. It was not the most fun experience, I have to say. So yeah, so there's probably days where I'm like, oh, let's do a show outside. And then it's just bugs. So I don't know, I'll have to get some sort of netting or something, but then that starts to defeat the whole point. If y'all can, I don't know if there's netting that's see-through. There must be, I guess. I don't know. At a certain point, it's if it's buggy, it probably just doesn't make it makes more sense to do it inside the van. But I was gonna say, if I'm outside the van, then there's I don't need any. It's just the sun. Sun will provide plenty of light. Fulcrum Tales, how are you? Fulcrum Tales with 8 month subs. Just want to wish you good luck with the van project. Thank you so much. Thank you. Fulcrum Tales is kind of melting. You're down in Texas, right? I heard it's insane right now. Watches, you may need to buy a lot of candles. Oh, yeah. Steph is there bug repellents. Yeah, I have to get some. I had something. I didn't bring it with me. I had something for ticks and that kind of stuff. But this was not, this was just annoyance. It wasn't mosquitoes, fortunately, or anything like that. But it was really annoying and distracting. Very hard. Yeah, I went back to the Southern Dunes from episode 4, I think, 3 or 4, and yeah, these people in a dune buggy drove by, and I'm outside with Tubby, standing next to Tubby. They must have thought, what is going on? But look, man, it looks like that looks pretty fun. Because if you recall, at the Southern Dunes, there's that super steep sort of sand, really steep. It's, I don't know, it must be a 45-degree angle, maybe steeper. I don't know. And yeah, I just see them just racing up this, and they're just sort of sliding around but going really fast. It's crazy. Let's see. He says, I remember 2 months ago you went on a hike for bugs and you complained you had no bugs for Life of Bugs with his nominal number of bugs. Yeah, it's weird. I haven't seen too many. I've seen some of these. I haven't filmed yet, but they're these big black beetles that I see. And then there's tons of worms, especially when it rains. We're gonna have. I figured out a way to. I think I might have I say reoccurring. It'll probably only be once because I'll get bored of it. But I was thinking of having this whole sporting event thing, where it's basically. I set up. I have 4. It's a time trial for how long worms will escape this. I won't even touch the worms, right? I'll just basically draw a circle around the worm. And we'll have sort of on screen 4 different circles, and it's basically which worm will exit the circle the soonest. I don't know if I don't know if they're not worms. They're like they have all their they have legs, but they look like worms from far away. I guess they're millipedes. There's tons of them. But you're right, Muty. I'm just unpleasable. Unpleasable. It was episode 5, Rosen? Okay. Blue is here. Whoops, what did I just say? Oh, whoops, I screwed up. Whoops. Don't save. He says, have you heard of, I have not heard of Ninjam. No, I don't know what that is. Rosen, I have not been notified of lost frames by my broadcast software. Let's see. Oh, okay, Jazzy. Yeah, I've heard of things like Ninjam. Yeah, which is same deal. They add latency. Yeah, I don't. I I'll be honest. It doesn't, because of the latency. It doesn't really appeal to me. If I could improvise in real time with somebody, that would be amazing. But yeah, it sort of, for me, it just sort of defeats the value of. I mean, I guess it could be fun. I don't know. I think what I love most about playing with somebody else is the instant, you know. But maybe I'll try it at some point. Uses it's measured in measures. Client records, yeah. There is some software, I forget what it's called, that works over short distances to play live with somebody. But I think it was very short. It's something like 50 miles. 50 or 100 miles. What am I doing? Because I know a lot of would give two kidneys. Oh, I see what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Oh, okay. As a potential. Yeah, I'll keep it in mind. Maybe. Let's see. What am I looking at? I think I'm, I feel like I'm pretty confident about the decision to get the medium-sized van as opposed to the longest in every respect except for one, and that's that you can't fit as much solar on the roof. But it still wouldn't be enough anyway. the number of hours I've spent learning about different things. We're learning about extruded aluminum and electrical. I've spent I must have spent at least 50 to 100 hours at this point. Let's see. And I still don't know that much about either. But my understanding of both is I understand electrical way more than I did, a month ago. Enough to be able to seriously sort of weigh the pros and cons between a 12 volt, a 24 volt, a 48 volt. Let's see. What am I looking at? He says, "Do you come any further with fan building big decisions?" Not. I mean, so much of it is it's the vertical space issue, right? Which would not have changed if I was in a longer van, right? That's the biggest deal, is the vertical space, and so the The challenge is batteries right now, is finding the right size batteries in terms of amp hours, voltage, and physical space they take up. Because basically the more batteries that I have, the less efficient the system's going to be. And there's tons and tons of 12 volt batteries. There's not a lot of options for 24 volt and 48 volt unless you're going to, or at least the kind of options that I've been able to find that would work for me. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of options, but I'm also surprised that in a way there are not a lot of options. Basically, here's my dream setup. I want 400 amp hour 12 volt batteries that are not server batteries. Then I would only need 3. I could start with 2, and then if I needed, I could add a third, and I'd have, because 1200 amp hours is the max that I can do, but they just, my only option would be to make my own batteries, and I don't know that I want to make my own batteries. Let's see. But I'm still waiting on my insulation cable. My 4 stuff hasn't come yet. But yeah, 1200 amp hours of batteries, that's it's 14,000 watt hours, 14,400. Okay. It's interesting, there's a plug and play system by a company called Blue, and it's really, relatively inexpensive for a plug and play, where you get basically you have a solar charger, you have so you can plug solar panels into it, you've got a charger inverter so you can run your AC stuff, you've got DC on it, you've got chargers so you can plug it into the wall or shore power. and you can add batteries onto it for different size applications. But, and I think part of me finds it appealing because literally all I'd have to do is plug in a few cables and I'm done, right? But when you buy something like that, where everything is one thing, if something goes wrong, you have to send the whole thing. You can't just send the one component that is broken. So I think I'm still probably going to go towards just building my own electrical system, which was super intimidating at first, but now I've seen so much about it. Now I know what the different things are doing, why they're there. Blue says, is the 12 volt part of the amp hour part that's the challenge? It's the amp hour. Yeah, it's finding really high amp hour batteries that will fit where they need to fit is the problem. Yeah. So like the highest, so there's server rack batteries, right, which are gigantic and really need to be stacked on top of each other. But they take up too much space. So that's the only things I've found that are 400 amp hour batteries, 12 volt. I've found 300 amp hour batteries, which was I was leaning towards originally, but from what these particular batteries, apparently they don't have the best battery protection in terms of low, the software and stuff to protect it and to protect it from being destroyed. So I'm leaning more towards sort of the best of the budget options, which is by SOK, and that's a 206 amp hour battery. But that would mean I would need upwards of 6 batteries if I was ever going to do 1200 amp hours, which I don't know if I need to. So I'm not going to start. I don't think I'm going to start with 1200 amp hours. But what I've learned is that the problem is when you start having too many batteries in parallel, if I'm going to stick with a 12 volt system, that it becomes more and more difficult to get the same voltage to all of the batteries. So you want the fewer the better. So it's not the worst thing in the world, I guess. But yeah, that's the challenge. Blue is LifePo 4. Yeah, it needs to be LifePo 4. LifePo 4 apparently is sort of the safest version you can get. Lithium LifePo 4. I'm not sure if that's how you say it. LifePo 4, is that what people say? LifePo 4? That's what I say. But yeah, Blue, so I was reading through all this information from Victron, which is sort of the company that makes it's sort of the higher end gear that pretty much RV and van lifers seems to go towards, because it's quality but not insanely expensive. And there's different ways to wire the parallel to make it so that you are getting the all the batteries are getting the same voltage, but it's a little more complicated, the wiring. And if I'm using 12 volt and I'm using these batteries, I'm using 4-aught wire, which is, I guess, pretty much the biggest wire you can get in these applications. It is very expensive. So Blue says lithium phosphate. Blue says that's very big wire. Yeah. Yeah. It's a half inch diameter wire. That's huge. Right? Half-inch diameter. But it's a tough call. The debate, my inner debate is, so yeah, maybe it's more practical, or it's certainly more cost effective to build my own batteries and just have two batteries, right, that are extremely high amp power, and maybe do a 24-volt system, right, and do them in serial, or 12 volt in parallel. But part of me feels like, although I know that's more efficient to have fewer batteries, it's also putting all my eggs in one basket. And having more batteries is less efficient and might be more expensive in the long run. But if one of the cells in one of those batteries goes bad, I can just remove that one battery, and I'll still have enough batteries to keep going. Whereas if in a 24-volt system, if you have two batteries and you take one out, you probably won't be able to use the system at all, right? So I don't know. I'm leaning towards just accepting that my system is going to be less efficient than it could be for the ease of dealing with challenges. Okay, let's see. Let's start getting our prep on. Watch, is this conversation is scaring me with what I've seen of DIY lithium battery projects. Yeah, so there's that too. I mean, I'm going to be sleeping directly above these batteries, and although they're supposedly this style of battery is as safe as it can get, it's still, I'm sleeping on top of a bomb. Right? So I'm inclined to. That's another reason to not do that part of it myself. But I don't know. I mean, who knows? Maybe in a couple weeks I'll feel ready for that. Because when I first saw the electrical stuff, it took a while to sort of feel. It just is like you see so many things. There are all these wires, and now I understand what they're all for. So it's a lot less intimidating, as opposed to having no idea. Let's see. Beats. First up, we got Rosen. This is our first beat, and then Blue. But Muta, you mentioned the generator, right? And I've gone back and forth on the generator, but it could be a viable option as a backup. I go back, especially because I can just siphon off gas from the van itself. It would be very expensive if I was having to use it all the time, but if it was just every once in a while, if it could be a plan. Because just make sure if an exit planned. Yeah, I'll have. I'll have a fire alarm and smoke detector and all that stuff. Blue says siphon off gas. That's a cost saving for sure. Well, I think a gallon of gas would probably about, um, it would certainly give me enough to do, it would definitely give me a day's worth of power. You know, I mean, potentially 2 days worth of power, a gallon of gas. So if it's the kind of thing where my only option to have enough power to do a show, run a generator, but I have to just be in a place where I'm not going to annoy people because generators are very controversial because they're loud, you know, and people get real, which I understand. I mean, if you go to some beautiful park and all you hear are people running their engines all day, it's not great. Let's meet up at Doug's. Um, and then we have alluring mesmerism. But I think it's unlikely that the batteries themselves would just spontaneously combust. That's just not, you know, that doesn't really happen. What's more likely is I do something stupid in how I wire the system, right? So that's why I see a lot of these van build designs, and I'm just mess of cables, and it looks, you know. But that's one of the benefits of, you know, doing the 12-volt system is that, you know, it's lower volts. It's a lot, you know, it's less dangerous than. Okay. We smell good. Down-tempo jazz. Blues is his finger safe, right? Yeah. Blues unless your hands are wet, right? Video cassette. One of the things I want to make sure of is that I have the electrical, like I need the electrical area to have ventilation, right? But I also need it to be protected in such a way that there's no risk that metal from above or the sides comes in and creates a bridge, right, between things that should not be bridged. And then we have contemporary luminous extensions. You know, it's blue. I have to say, like, I obviously don't know much yet, but I've seen a ton of YouTube videos, and a lot of times you have these van life people explaining their setups, and I'm already at the point where some of them I'm watching, I'm thinking, I don't know much, but I know more than this person does, and I'm afraid looking at how they've done this, what they're doing. I mean, and I think about all the DIYers who are just fixing stuff in their houses, and it's like humans with we have 9 lives. I mean, the things that people manage to get away with, which I think even, you know, me who doesn't know much, but certainly an electrician who knows something would just be like, what are you doing? And yet most people get away with it. It's just crazy, right? It's like that story of, you know, there's an axe in the ceiling just hanging waiting to fall. Like, there's so many people with electrical setups that have an axe above their head that's just waiting to fall, and they get away with it, you know, and they might get away with it their entire life, you know. Or when the axe falls, they won't be standing there, so it's fine. You know. But it's really scary seeing what people are doing. And I know going, that's why I you know, yeah, I'm just amazed how confident people are in telling other people what to do on this stuff when they have no background in it. Like they're not professionals, right? They're just like a YouTuber, and they're like, "This is what you do." Not that you need. I mean, people can develop high skills without getting trained, for sure. You know, but then there are plenty of people who do not have any training and do not understand what they're talking about. And the problem is we don't always know when we're doing that, right? There are plenty of times when I'm saying stuff and I have no idea what I'm talking about, right? And I'm wrong, but I don't realize that I don't know what I'm talking about. I think I do, but I don't. That's the challenge. Okay, let's see. Fade in. Hey, Solo. 52 months. Thank you. Blue says, if something happens, do you think they go upload a video that says, oh, hey, I wired this thing poorly and it caused a fire? I've seen videos where they'll do a pinned comment saying, oh, I made a mistake. And it's a critical thing. And what would I do? I would take a video down. I wouldn't leave it up. Just put, you don't know if someone's going to see that pinned comment, you know? It's just, I saw one recently. It was somebody was talking about this device to test batteries, and they misunderstood how the device worked. They thought that once you reached a low enough voltage, the device would automatically shut things off. But that's not what it does. All it does is it just makes a sound. So you destroy your battery, right? And this person, and there was a pinned comment, right? It's not enough. Take the video down. This is Dunning-Kruger. Yep. Yeah, Dunning-Kruger. Okay. We're going to beat the hour. We're beating the hour. Okay, here we go. Ending the poll. He says, isn't causing a fire and getting electrocuted against YouTube terms of service. Yeah. 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 Okay, here we go. Beating the hour. Am I recording? Yes. Okay. Time to incinerate. us apart through the night. These terms of disservice lost me in the mercy of the wind, of the wind. Fire, fire, watch those eyes. Wire, wire. Fire, fire, watch those eyes. Wire, wire. Thanks for those cows. Oh, it's really dark right after this song. Well, the lights warm back up. Wonder if... No, that's too much. That's a little creepy. Doug's is the song Don't Care About Your Problems. Let's see. Current. Skip. Oh, thanks, Beauty. Beauty gave a sub. 646 sub to Deckard at 4045. Thank you, Beauty. Good to see you, Deckard. Let's see. Cancel. Create new empty track. 0, 0. Music's Journey song gets some encoding issues. Yeah, I actually, yeah, I'm using. I added this setting. I didn't use it until recently. It's an experimental feature, a beta feature in OBS, where it automatically changes the bit rate. So that's what OBS was doing, which I think it's a little more resilient than what was before, where the stream could completely cut out. It seems. But yeah, that's Comcast, it seems. But yeah, thanks for definitely let me know whenever that happens, because I might miss it. I happened to notice that time, but yeah. But it seems like it's all back to normal. The bit rate is normal. Oh, no. No, no, no. Did I just mess everything up? I think I did. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, I see. Maybe that's what I need to do. Generate. Is that what the issue is? Oh, that didn't work. Oh, I messed it up. Nope. Okay. Rookie mistake. I've been making this mistake a lot, though. Let's see. Set as current poll. Chat requests. What song is this? This is song 7239. Song. It's not actually, but in the database it is. Okay, let's see. Latest titles. Jazzy with Undiscovered. Rose and Electrical Equinox. Watch Burning Through the Night. And Buster Douglas, the Bugster Douglas with Flow Voltage. Hey Chuggy. Return to screen. I use a lot of titles as lyrics. Deckard with Bleeding Sun, Jazzy Terms of Disservice, Jazzy Lights Out, So What, Fire Fire Shocked Eyes, Staffy Point Apart the Wire. Oh, I used that as a lyric too. Oh, no, I didn't put that one up. Put a different. Oh, yeah, okay. And then Burning Through the Night. Oh, that one I did put up. That's the one I did. A Watch with Potential Difference. I've been more and more using. Wow, it really is dark now. Wait, did one of these die too? Oh, I could transfer one. That's a little. It's a little better. I could actually move one of those lights. Hey, Q Square. I've been using Tine piano sound on this key just to start getting myself prepared, you know, for when I no longer have that. I think I should create some sort of composite sound. And mix that Tine piano sound with some sort of one of those really organic synth sounds, really quiet, to give it just a little more instability and variety. Let me shout out some. Oh, I can't shout out titles because I made that mistake. Oh well. Oh, and Tabiro or not Tabiro is here as well. Oh, one of the things I'm trying to figure out today, Blue, is the inverter charger that I'd be putting in the van. It's 14 inches, and it says ideally it says you should have 4 inches above, below, and on the side. I want to get away with less than 4 inches. I don't know if I can. I'm never gonna be using 3,000 watts, right? Oh, the reason I'm thinking of getting the 3,000 watt inverter as opposed to the 2,000 is because it can charge a lot faster. The 3,000 watt, it can charge. I think it's 50% faster. So if I go to a campground or to somebody's house, I'll be able to charge my battery in a lot less time, which would be so I won't have to, you know. But anyway, that's what I'm thinking of 3,000 watt. Even though my usage, I guess it will be sending a lot of amps through when it's charging, so I probably need that ventilation. Yeah, I knew I was going to get quoted as soon as I said that. Oh, Muty named a sound Kyle Got High. Here's Kyle Got High. Loses, I would not skimp there, yeah. The vertical space is such a challenge. It's so frustrating. This particular device. Oh, I'm getting bugged. Why are you doing that to me? So annoying. Why is that happening? Blue says, does it have a radiator or just the entire chassis? I don't know. It's this. If you're curious, I'll give you a link. There's actually more info on the easily accessible on the Amazon page for it than the manufacturer, but I think there might be enough info there. Yeah, it's this one. And the manual for it, yeah, here's the manual. So this device, it's 14 inches tall. It also can go flat, which is another alternative, right? Because I have more horizontal space, but then it's wasting some horizontal. Yeah, you're right, Beauty. I didn't even think of that. Beauty says the box looks like it could be Tubi's grandpa. Yeah, the color is very similar to Tubi. You're right. Yeah, I'm gonna have probably a whole bunch of their components. This is the Dutch company, Beauty. Victron. Yeah, so the components I'm gonna have is the inverter charger, a distribution box, a solar charge controller, a DC to DC converter. I think I might end up getting the I might end up doing alternator charging. Blues is the power connector on the bottom. Is that okay? Yeah. It looks, I've seen, so with using the 4/0 cables, you can curve them. So it looks like it's not going to take too much space beyond the device itself. So I can definitely have, I think, 2 inches of space with my current design, but the 4 inches, and there'd be lots of space, there'd be lots of airspace, relatively speaking, I think, around it. It's just the lower part that's tricky. I mean, yeah, between the lower and the upper part. But on the sides, there'll be the whole van, it'll be ventilated vertically, so there'll be a lot of places for hot air to go, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, so it can also flip on its back, but they say that, so that's officially supported, but they do say it ventilates better vertically. This is rated 0 to 120 with fan assist. So it would be, I could definitely put a fan, right, that kicks on. We could have, with a I mean, I make it sound like I know how to do that, but theoretically, right, could have a temperature sensor and a fan that kicks on to. Uses water cooling. Should I put eyes on? Should we get googly eyes for all the electrical components? Does we know the van's never to be colder than 70? Yeah. Although I was doing the math, and it's actually gonna be sort of It's actually could be a lot of electrical usage to run my diesel heater, which doesn't make sense, but I think I don't know if I'm gonna be able to keep the temperature I want. I think I might just be freezing all the time. Please, that's an easy question. Definitely get the googly eyes. Let's end this poll. Okay, break this tie. Mnemosity is chosen option number 4. Flow voltage. Doug. Is there a pun there that I missed? Flow voltage. Because if there is, I missed it. Okay. Doc says don't tell. Oh man. Backups. Backup now. Yeah. Oh, low voltage. I got it. Low voltage. That's the pun, right? Low voltage, flow voltage. Let's see. One man's poetry is another man's pun. And vice versa. One man's pun is another man's poetry. Okay, or have you found anything that does keep you warm without a heater? Well, oh, Staffy, thank you so much. What did that just happen? Oh, 7 minutes ago, and I just saw. I'm sorry, Staffy. Thank you so much. Staffy with a big donation says you won't be using 3,000 watts, but what about 3,000 2-cent coins? Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sorry I just saw that. Thank you. Thank you, Staffy. Thank you. Blue says the question and answer on the Amazon page pretty funny, some sassy answers. Oh, I don't know if you're still here. I see your message. P Kush 423. I do the way the improv works is chat picks the sounds, and I turn people's beats into names, so it's really unpredictable. We definitely do funky stuff on here sometimes, but it really depends on, because it's an interactive thing where chat participates. It really depends. But welcome. And if you, there you are. Yeah, you just wrote that message. The next track is actually going to be pretty slow, but it could end up being sort of funky. I don't know. Never know. Amp Mods is here. Let's see. Yeah, so the way it works is so chat just made these requests, or at least our bot just picked them. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn people into some drum loops, their names, or text they submitted. And then I'm going to demo the sounds the chat requested. and then I'm going to do the track. Just make something up. Okay, beats. We got this weird drum kit that is all just sort of toms and stuff. There's our first beat, and then chuggy. Okay, got our beats. Check out our sounds. First up, hey Soda. And then pulse bass. Or that was pulse bass. Now we got piccolo. Is that right? Piccolo. And then we have Big Mac Temple. Then we had From Hell's Junkyard. That didn't sound, there's no sound on that. Is that one of the things that are currently messed up? Which sound is this? From Hell's Junkyard. Why didn't that? Oh yeah, number 4 is messed up. Why are we not hearing anything? I have to fix that at some point. And then, so this is Lucky Manatee. Manatee, is it Manatee or Manatee? And then we have Lax Freon. Is that a pun? Probably. Y'all pick which sound starts the improv. I think when I'm in the van, I might try again to do some of those. Some of y'all might saw them. I did them on TikTok, where they're just, it's a minute-long video, and I show the sound demos, but really fast. So 6 sound demos. Basically, so Chad challenged me to make a track with these 6 sounds, and I play the 6 sounds super fast, and then I cut to 30 seconds of the improv. I think I might experiment with sort of overwhelming number of posts of those, just for like a month. See what happens if I post 3 of those a day for a month. Wow, that's a lot. That's oh no, it's not that much. 90. I was thinking 900. No. Because that's what it feels like. That's how much I don't want to do it. It feels like I have to do 900 of them. It's only 90. There was very brief. Yeah, there is an ETC TikTok. I also put the videos on YouTube. Yeah, XXL for Rosen. Oops. Blue says, in your solar panel calcs, you assuming 10 hours a day of charging. So what I'm assuming, so on my calculator I have different ways to, well, my base assumption is that the best I'm going to get is 30 amp hours of charging per 100 watts of solar. That's best case scenario. But I'm generally assuming that it's going to average out less than that, and so I can sort of see what it'd be if it's only 25% of that. So I'm not thinking in terms of hours. I'm just thinking in terms what the average amount per day is. But yeah, that's what that seemed to be the number that I found most people saying is 30 amp hours per 100 watts of solar. Okay. Uses in Discord, thanks to automate an AI generated image of a van by a river and a musician, a blue robot. Oh, I gotta see it. Yeah, I've been hearing about the AI art stuff. It's exciting. Yeah, those guitars are totally like that. The Picasso of the guitar. What, I forget what the name of that painting is. I love the bottom one, the bottom right. That's a cool looking robot. The way that the head with the singular dot. I like that idea. That's cool. Oh, Muty did 3 visitors with sunglasses. Oh, Staffy did Brad Pitt in a ball pit? Where is that? Daylight show. Under memes. Don't they say you're not supposed to do faces? Don't they prevent faces or something? Where is it set of memes? Let's see. That's pretty terrifying, Staffy. That's scary. Oh, thank you, Soda. 50 months. Okay, let's end this poll. Oh no, it's a tie. Let's break this tie. Hephaestus has chosen Lucky Manatee. Oops, it's not where it's supposed to go. Okay. Here we go. Time to etc. sonnet. A rich man to a pauper in a matter of seconds. Yeah, throw it on your hands. You play your kings and your queens, but I'm more into those single-celled gods and jokers discarded from the deck. Slip them in your sleeve. Thank you for those scalps. Let's see. Oh, Big Child, thank you so much. Thank you for the donation. Thank you. Let's see. Thank you. Staffy says light hands was not able to trigger. You were able to trigger a new light. No, in the same song, we're able to do a older light, or did you just try to do the one? Titles we got. Oh, okay. Staffy, how about this? How much are lights normally? They're 5 or 10? $20. It's 10, right? How about this, Staffy? 5 for regular? Okay. Can you, on the next song, can you try to do a normal light? And if it works, then try to do the other one? Because it could be that no lights would have worked on that track, or it could be no lights are working at all today, I'm not sure. But we can try to isolate what it is. Okay, let's see, titles. Chuggy to the moon. So what, current C? Staff, where are the hands? Although I used... That's okay. And... Whoops. Rosen with Driven to the Limit. Oh, thanks so much. So what? Thank you for the donation. So what says, the creativity is always contagious here. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so what? Did Staffy have a question I missed? Oh, I think you can do multiple whites, but not. I don't know if they can overlap. I'm not sure. I don't know if I coded it so you could trigger multiple. So I would do the first one and let it happen if it's gonna happen, and then if it does happen, if it does. Oh, I need to do one more. Did I put? I didn't click on it. Oh, I lost it. No. Oh no, it's there. Okay. Okay, Staff. I mean, Staff. Okay, Tubi. Tubi. Okay, let's see. I used some titles as lyrics: jazzy terms of disservice, watch burning through the night, bleeding sun from Deckard, 4045, potential difference watch, point apart the wire, Staffy. Wait, that was a previous track. What am I talking about? Excuse me. Staffy, Where Are the Hands, Gin and Pentatonic, Staffy, and Single-Celled Gods from Muti. Hey, the bad backs. Shout out some titles. Botsky, new incognito bot tab. Q Square XS Babbage. Iron Muti Tyson the Boxer. Sumo Money, Sumo Problems. Bugster Douglas the Boxer with Every Day I'm Shuffling. Chuggy, folks called it shining. So what? Water the odds. Water the odds. Staff Johnson the Boxer. Rosen and Eyebrow. Characterization of characters Rosen with ramping up the heat. So this is their van build streams I'm unaware of? I don't think so. You mean live streams dedicated to the van build? I think for a lot of people, probably this show feels like it's just a van build stream. I haven't done any dedicated. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll do. Oh, take care, Jazzy. Yeah, get some rest. Yeah, I'm not sure. We might. I'm getting very close to the point where there's me nothing left to do but to build. You know. I'm supposed to get a Tommy episode out. And that'll have a little stuff, but most of that video you'll have already seen. The van stuff, I guess, actually. What am I looking for here? Oh yeah. Uses V frequent posting timer. You can change it from nomadic to sporadic. Yeah, I should temporarily do that. Oh, can I? I can't remember if you can, how often you can change, but yeah, it is. Rose, have you shared your latest fan build? Not the most recent. I mean, it's not dramatically different. And Tommy Nomadic, it's basically filming 2 sketches, and I don't know, I filmed most of one yesterday, but I don't know if I'm able to use any of the footage. We'll see. I don't know if you're going to just see bugs crawling over my face the whole time. And also, I was slowed down, and so the light is constantly changing. At least I did it in sequence. I filmed it in sequence, so that's less of a problem. But it's like the sun is going to set very quickly over a 1-minute sketch. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a particularly good idea, the sketch. So I don't know if my doing a bad performance is going to make much of a difference. You know, it's just sort of, I don't think it really worked. We'll see. It might work. Sometimes these sketches work better after they've been edited. Sometimes it doesn't make a difference. But I'm going to try to... Oh, no, Rosen, yeah. I'm not going to change it. Yeah, I was kidding. He says there are no bad sketches on YouTube, just bad editing. Well, this is the sketch of Old Man Frank and Tubi doing a scene from Romeo and Juliet. And I don't know if... I was so distracted by the bugs. I just don't know if the performance is there. You know. But I'll find out. I'll look. I didn't have time to look at the footage today. I'll look at it tomorrow. And I'll probably try to finish filming tomorrow. I want to get this episode done because I think it's very possible I won't do another episode until I'm in the van. So I want to get this out of my mind. So I says, do we have plans for the first stream from the van? I think I might try to go up to, since it was sort of the start of my journey and I returned there in a time, I think I might go up to, up to the area where I did the very first hiking stream, maybe. Because it's just, I think it's, I know there's cell phone coverage there. Let's see, milestone. Oh, it's on this bowl. San Isidro, yeah. Rosa, so Romeo, or yeah. Well, I'm sort of combining 2 different scenes from Romeo and Juliet, and I'm adding in some extra dialogue, a little bit, just a little, yeah. Let's break this tie. Driven to the limit. Rosen. Thank you, Rosen. Thank you, Rosen. And then Muty's 4,900th request. Stavis, is this the place where you tripped? I would totally go back there. I'll go back there. I loved that. Was a really fun hike, even with the tripping. That was that was great, because remember we there was the those cool stone formations. I mean, I'm going to be more limited, obviously, with the van, because I can't just go anywhere. I'm going to have to find, hopefully, visual places. And, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully, I mean, because I'm not going to be able to change during the show, really. It's going to be, there's one, maybe I'll have multiple cameras, hopefully, but I don't know, hopefully people aren't, I mean, people watch streamers all the time that are just sitting in their room with no, scenery change, but we'll see if it's actually a hook at all, or if it is not a hook at all. Let's see, okay. Got to transparent. Okay, let's see. So I'm interested in hearing the difference in music from being outside. I don't think it'll be sonically any different, really, but I'm sure I'll be inspired in different ways, Oh, and Botsky, how you doing? I mean, the you might be able to perceive a difference with the horns, maybe, but you mean energetically, yeah. Does the only difference be the fuzzy noise will come from actual bugs? Yeah, I was really, what we're also gonna have is I mean, this is gonna almost always happen, right? If I'm playing and it's getting dark, so I'm gonna have all these moths flying around, What would be awesome is if someday I can have all augmented reality glasses, so I don't have to have monitors at all, and I could still sort of see my surroundings, That would be amazing. And I could have huge monitors. I'm not gonna be able to, it's gonna be an adjustment. I'm so used to being able to I've got 3 monitors in front of me, 3 32-inch monitors. Well, I have 4 technically, 4 32-inch. Well, no, that's a 27, I think. I think I'm just gonna have my laptop and another 15-inch monitor, so it'll be significantly less screen real estate. Media says, can we save up for a beekeeper suit? Yeah, I might need one. I've seen some neat hats where it has a bug screen that just sort of hangs down, so I might need to get one of those. Roses, wouldn't that be Google Glass? As far as I know, there is nothing available that does what I want, but maybe someone knows of something. I mean, does anyone know of augmented reality where you can have 4K, two 4K monitors, or well, even 2 1080p monitors would be fine. Hey, Redeem Respond, how you doing? that I could wear with normal glasses. I wouldn't have to wear some bulky headset. I don't know that a thing like that exists yet, does it? That's mass produced. There might be some prototypes or something. Staffs haven't heard about many options yet. SETLIST is a device Sushi Dragon used as a single eyepiece with a monitor. Do you know, can Sushi Dragon see through it? Or is it just, or is you essentially blind in that eye? And do you know the resolution? We also hit the reward. It was weird. I saw that, yeah, but didn't it happen after the hour? Is the reward time not working? I'll do it. I'll do the reward, but it seems like maybe the time limit is off. Okay, if you want some art, run the reward command. Redeem responses. I think it was Microsoft or Intel back in 2019 was showing alpha software, something similar. So us is it small so you can see around it, probably focus driven. I don't know the resolution. You can put a link. Yeah, I don't think technically no redeem respond, but I don't think our link blocking is working right now. So you can put a link. Okay, drum kit. Oops. Okay. Do our beats. Generate them first. Q square. That's cool. Let's see how this one, let's move these up. This is soda. That's really intense. I don't know if we can sustain that. Counter beats. Sounds. First up, we got 80s attempt at wave music. an electric grand chorus. And then probable zealot. And then we have future swirling disaster. Helpfully polite Jeffrey. Lastly, license to click. Y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Well, this is, I've been waiting to ask since I just got one. Do you know, or would you want to play an ocarina? I've never played one before. Maybe, you know, maybe someday. I'm probably not going to add any instruments anytime soon. If anything, I'm going to start removing instruments. I feel a little spread thin. I'm not going to bring all the little stuff in the van, except for I'll bring the stylophone and a kazoo, but that's about it for little stuff. And Doug says, what are the options of getting kazoo? I don't know, pretty low. I did kazoo twice last week, didn't I? Yeah, I don't play kazoo much anymore. The hollow body, yeah. My fingers, I've lost all my calluses on guitar. I think didn't I do it twice? Kazoo twice recently, yeah. Oops. The kalimba? Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I mean, I guess the kalimba's quiet. That's nice about it. I think my just general feeling is unless I'm going to use something a lot, I don't want to bring it in the van because it's just one more thing to have. So let's end this boat. Oh, we got a new sound. Well, Rosen name sound Tubi's Extra Extreme Laser Beams. And So What gave a sound Redeemer Spawn. It is SPM. Oh, an ocarina wouldn't be that loud, Rosen, compared to the yeah, it wouldn't be that bad. I've seen someone play. They're not. It's like a flute. You know, it's not gonna be too much louder. It's probably about the same volume as a flute, which is fine. A flute doesn't carry very much. The main thing you're gonna do that's gonna bother people is low pitch stuff, right? Because so I'll probably be totally fine as long as it's not late at night. Because if somebody hears, it's like you think about the average show, right? I might play an instrument 2 or 3 times for at most a couple minutes. So if somebody gets mad, by the time they get mad, I've probably already stopped, and I've certainly already stopped playing by the time they come to the van to complain. You know, I don't think I'm gonna need it. I mean, I'm gonna stress about it, but I probably shouldn't worry about it because I play instruments so little. Probably don't need to worry about people getting annoyed because it's just so short, 2 minutes. Okay, probable zealot. Wait, did I play this sound for Redeem Respawn? Yeah, Redeem Respawn, that's all you have to do. Chat can help you with the command. Here we go, time to accelerate. falling out of this hole. Thank you for those scalps. Let's see. Titles. Okay, let's see, titles. So what? Final approach. Staff says basically I worked with the desert one, did not. Desert. Oh, wait. Is it the same desert that is the Tubi background? If it is, if that's what it is, it's not supposed. That's not. It shouldn't be there. It's not available. Yeah. So I use the same database table to store Tubi backgrounds and light show stuff. So for some reason it's from the trip. Okay, so yeah, those are not. That's why. Okay, it makes sense. It wouldn't work. Yeah, it makes sense. Like those videos are not even available for the light show to take. So that's what's happening. Is it's the light show's trying to find the video and it's not where it's not there because it's not part of the. Sorry, yeah, that's a bug. Some point I'll fix it. But yeah, they shouldn't be there. Yeah, they shouldn't be there. But I probably won't be able to do anything about it for a while. Or basically, I'm gonna wait. I think, until we know we're gonna use the light show in the van. I don't know yet if we'll be able to. Okay, titles. Oh, you started. Yeah, Staffy, the reason I did it that way is because it's sort of funny knowing how unfrequently people request lights. But the reason I had it so it didn't do all the lights at once, the idea being that if there were fewer lights and they changed, it'd be more likely that people would request them, right? But if you had the whole list, but just make it more, but obviously almost nobody requests them. That was why it's designed that way. That must be annoying when yeah, sorry. I mean, what I could see doing. Like there's sort of too many things for people to do if there were a lot more people here, right? Like the show would just grind to a halt if we regularly had 200 people, say. Like there's just too many interruptions, right, with that many people. So at that point, the light request might be the really great, and we might remove a lot of unlocks and just have light show requests. Since that doesn't disrupt the flow of the show. Should we ever get to that point? Let's see. Okay, titles. Whoops, did I click on one? I did final approach from solo, and then Chillzy, hey Chillzy, fixed on you. Rosen, freed from the shackles. Oh, and I used stumble and humble, didn't I? I don't think I marked that. Let me. And then Staffy, circumference of home. Staffy says, how many lights are there? Well, I only did a select few that could be requested. But the light show has 500 something lights. I mean, I call them lights, but you know, video sequences over 500. Yeah. I sort of limited the things that people request to things that I had paid for, because I felt a little weird about, even though technically it would have been okay. I felt weird charging people to do request lights that are in the public, that are that their creators had given away. That just felt wrong. Even if it was okay, it just didn't feel right. So yeah, so the vast majority of the lights I wouldn't feel comfortable doing as unlocks, because it just feels weird. But I'm sure I could easily add 50 to 100 lights, just because I subscribe to this gigantic video library, and they have a bunch of stuff that would work for the light show. I mean, if anyone's I don't have time to add videos, and it doesn't make sense till we know if there's a light show. But if anyone just is wondering, I subscribe. This is not at all a endorsement. Okay, this is not endorsement. I'm just letting people know, because you might find something funny on there that we'll use or something. But I don't have the time to even deal with it right now. So, but I'm not even going to say the name of the place, because I don't have time to deal with it. But at some point I probably will. At some point that'll be for Tommy. People who are interested can look for funny stuff that I can use in Tommy Pneumatic episodes. Okay. What do we have? We had flute and trumpet and voice. Oh yeah, and I had I need to add this. Was there another one I forgot? Yes, Staffy. Yeah. That's the one. For lyric inspiration, I used Stumbled, Humbled from Rosen, and I used Spinning into Control from Muty, and I might have used another one, but I didn't mark it down. That's fine, Rosen. Yeah, I think I remembered. Let me shout out some other titles. Redeemer Spawn, To Be in Retrograde. Iron Beauty Tyson the Boxer. Is the human optional? Bugster Douglas the Boxer with Pervasive. Staff Johnson the Boxer, Promising Malice. So down to the YR, they called raisins. Chillzy, Spanish eyes are smiling at me. And characterization of characters Rosen. Soft memories of the days of youth. Did you run the kid command? I don't know that I saw it, or I might have deleted it accidentally. Moody Tuesday, sure. How did you say my names? Oh yeah, Jazzy's a lover, not a fighter. Is Snazzy Jazzy. Staff Johnson the boxer is Staffy. Tunley Braysky Winsky is now Tunley Biersky Irowski. Bugster Douglas the boxer is Bugger Scotch. Iron Meaty Tyson the boxer is Babe Mute. Babe Mute is now the Three Muteketeers. And Tubi wants to be known as Polyester Disco King. Oh, you whispered it? Yeah, I guess it didn't go through. Oh, and Redeemer Spawn, I see your title or song. Did you mean Ascension or Adcension? Let's see. Adcension, okay. Whoop! Don't press that button. No, don't do that either. What am I doing? Where is my... There's an interrupt button. Oh, there it is. Interrupt. Okay, redeem, respond, name, sound, Adcension. Okay, let's end this poll. Chillzy with Fixed on You. Thank you, Chillzy. Fixed on You. I'm just going to show this for a second since we were talking about it earlier. But, so when I'm talking about vertical space, I'm limited by some very specific things in the band. So the things I have to fit vertically is I have to fit a desk that can pull out right here, and that everything is determined by that, and that takes a certain amount of vertical space. That's what this is right here. And then I'm going to need pretty heavy duty cross beams here, and then ideally I want this height so that I can sit up without hitting my head. And more important than that is I'm going to have an instrument rack right here that needs to be able to slide out the van, so it can't be taller than this, because the instrument rack ideally will fit a guitar, and the guitar is like 39 inches. Now I could theoretically angle the guitar a little, but you have to angle the guitar a lot, you know, to lose much. So I've got very little leeway between the instruments, the desk, and the stuff that has to go under it. Ideally, this lower portion is only going to be 16 inches below the desk, but that inverter is 14 inches, and theoretically you're supposed to have 4 inches below it, I think. So that would be 18 inches. So that's what I'm trying to solve. Rose asks if the piano slides in the desk, how are you going to keep it from sliding? It'll probably be strapped down. Yeah. Yeah. This is definitely thought you meant instrument like battery monitoring and temperature instruments. Yeah. I still haven't figured out exactly where I'm going to put things like the battery monitor. I maybe, yeah, I don't know yet where I'm going to put that. Maybe this is emergency escape. Well, I mean, I will be right next to doors, right here, if I'm working and the battery's starting to fire, and I'll be next to the back door up here. So this is me where my bed is. Right there. And what I think I might do is, I think I'm going to put insulation. So the wall, all this be insulated, but I think I'm going to also insulate here, and then hang something. So then it's a tiny space right where I'm sleeping. And if I have a heater, then a vent basically going right into where I'm sleeping, it'll take very little heat, I think, to keep that warm, because we're talking basically 3 feet by a little over 6 feet by about 3 feet. So it's not very much square footage, cubic footage. Rose says, I guess cameras are also figured out. I don't know that cameras are going to be permanently mounted anywhere, because they're going to need to be inside the van and outside the van, right? I'm going to have a little, I think I'm going to build this little structure for the laptop and the other monitor, and I think I'll have a camera there that's permanent, sort of attached to the whole setup. But then camera 2 and 3 are going to depend on if I'm inside or outside. So I'll probably have mounting points for them and just clip them on. Yeah. He says, won't the batteries be enough to keep you warm, or do they not generate heat? I mean, the electrical system will generate some heat, but I don't think it's enough it won't be enough to make that much of a difference. Because when I'm sleeping, there'll be almost nothing. When I'm sleeping, the only thing that's going to be running is the fridge and maybe the laptop if I'm rendering stuff overnight. And if that's happening, I'm going to try to, I've never done this, but I guess you can charge a MacBook from DC using a USB cable. That way I don't have to keep the inverter on. The inverter is a very inefficient way to power stuff, so I'm basically going to only run the inverter during shows, I think. Or if I have to have Starlink running. Starlink, unfortunately, is AC only right now. And you get the Starlink satellite and it's got a 50-foot cable to attach to it, and you can't change the cable. Which I guess I could take the Starlink satellite and put it 50 feet from the van. That might be useful sometimes if I'm under trees. But Blue says modern laptops can charge via USB. Yeah. Redeemer says you can mount ceiling panels and solar panels. Yeah, I'm gonna have solar panels as well. Yeah. I'm gonna have probably 600 watts permanently affixed, and then that's all I can fit. unless I build some sort of slider system so that when I'm parked, sort of additional solar panels slide out. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that with the weight allowance of the van I have. So the alternative is to have two solar rigs, one that's permanently affixed on the van, another that I just take out and I either just lay on the ground or I somehow, connect it to the roof, but not in a permanent kind of way, just a temporarily. That's probably the most realistic option is that. Because that's better than on the ground. It's at risk of getting run over or stolen. Lots of people do it and just put their solar on the ground, but it would be better to have it up top. Rose's Starlink is a go. I go back and forth. Starlink's upload is terrible relative to what everyone would expect, it makes sense, right? It's easier for, it's generally the case on internet is your upload's much worse than your download, but there are, there's a guy who is streaming from Starlink, but I've seen a ton of people who are unable to stream via Starlink, so I don't know. But I'm going to be getting gear that I think hopefully will help with that issue. We'll see. Yeah, Redeem Respawn, my electrical needs are enormous compared to most van lifers. They're not. It's not so much that they're enormous on a day-to-day level. It's that I want to be able to be gone for many days without having to re-up. So yeah, it makes it very difficult. Because for most van lifers, having 600 watts of solar and like a 200 amp hour battery would be more than enough. Because they're only using under 100 amp hours a day, whereas I'm expecting I'll be using minimum 100 amp hours, and on days we have shows I might use as much as 300 amp hours. So that's a ton of. It's approaching what an RV with ACE air conditioning is going to be doing. No, air conditioning is insane how much power that takes. Uninterruptible power supply. Well, yeah, I'm going to have a huge bank of batteries. Yeah. Yep. I was talking about this at the very beginning of the show. The batteries is sort of the trickiest thing to figure out. And they're the most expensive thing. Like literally, the batteries alone, I'll probably have to spend anywhere from $3,000 to $6,000, and that's not even getting the good batteries. The good batteries, I would be spending $8,000 to $12,000. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Because at this point you have a lot of work down theory. The only way to move forward is practice. But there'll be a lot of caveats you'll only run in. Oh, for sure. I agree. If I didn't have financial limitations, I would not be thinking through this at all, the amount that I am, because I just buy a system, and if it didn't work I just buy another system, right? But I'm not gonna be able to do that. If the electrical system I get doesn't work, you know, there's no plan B. It's gonna be so much money. So that's why I'm thinking so much about it to try to anticipate as many problems. But I'm not gonna be able to anticipate everything. I'm gonna run into problems no matter what. Okay, let's beats. We got first up. First up, Mutant. There's our first beat, and then we got Slim Whistle. Oh, did I miss a sound theme, or did I miss something? Oh no. Okay, sounds first up. Banana Plucking Garden. I think it was Staffy unlocked a commission, right? Did you unlock one, but you didn't submit it yet? Or at least Tubi doesn't have it for me. And then we have FM Digiwave. And then FM Start. Whoops. No Queens Mo. Zooming with help from Doug. Digital waves. Okay. Because I bet you have a preamp. What thing is your preamp? I don't have dedicated preamps. I guess I have a flute mic with a preamp, but you know the mixing board and my audio interface I think have preamps. I mean they're necessary, you know, to have preamps built in, right? For mics, I think, if I remember. Let me just Onyx preamps. Onyx. Yeah. Yeah. Send this poll. Doug says Onyx, is that a brand? It's a model. It's the model name of this. Do I endorse it? No. I mean, it's the only way you can get this is off of eBay. It's not available anymore, I don't think. Well, I don't know. Do they make new ones? Is there a new version of it? Oh, I guess they do. They have new ones. But it's definitely different than mine. Let's see, okay. Music, I'm getting into gear now. My philosophy is, can I get it for free? If not, I don't need it. It's a good philosophy. Yeah, I want as little as possible. I mean, if I had unlimited money, I would just buy these this sort of pre-made electrical systems. You know, it just doesn't seem like the smart thing to do when I don't have a lot of money. But it's a similar price. You know, it's actually almost the same price as building it myself. But I mean, when you think about the number of hours I put into this, and I'm doing that electrical system is probably take me at least 80 hours, you know. Maybe not, maybe 40, but I got to learn how to do all sorts of stuff. I got to learn how to put on lugs, and, you know, I got a lot of skills. So that's part of the price. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Time. It uses good luck with that. Here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those scalps. Oops. Oh, Mr. Muffy the Lovely is here. How's it going? Oops, that's not what I meant to press. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Muffy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let's do our titles. The Three Musketeers. Okay, Boomerang. Buggerscotch with Are You Four Wheel? Redeem Respawn, the little Tubi that could. And Mr. Muffy the Lovely, a Lurker's Daydream. Did I play? Oh yeah, the little saxophone. Let's see, 20 by 23 now. 48. Huh. Oh, but it wouldn't work anyway. Alright, let's shout out some titles. Blue with Not Yet He Doesn't. Staffy, Not My Vault. Rosen, Slumbering Dreams of Wondrous Visions. Three Musketeers, Built Like a Van. Buggerscotch, Spark Time Employment, and Redeem Respawn, 8-bit adventures in a 64-bit era. Oh, Moody Tuesday. No, we didn't. Moody Tuesday. How about monkeys? Find an image of a monkey. Could be a photo, could be a drawing, a painting, anything. Photo of a monkey, an image of a monkey that best characterizes your current state of mind. Imagine when the those AI things are available to everybody. So Muty right now with that, you could just you could type in monkey and other words, right? And you could generate an image. Rita, you're gonna do one? Like, how well does it do giving things like that? Like, if you were to say, um, like, could you be this specific? Like, a monkey driving inside of a pumpkin made out of bricks. And can we get an emotional state to a monkey? Like a an embarrassed monkey driving inside of a pumpkin made out of bricks. Okay, let's see. And this Poe. And his muffin with a Lurker's daydream. Lurker's daydream. Redeemer response is driving inside a coffin made of glass. Muffin says a monkey typing on a typewriter. That's me. Muffy, have you heard of the thing about if you have an infinite number of monkeys typing on typewriters randomly, eventually they'll type out the complete works of Shakespeare? Have you heard that premise before? Oh, I like yours, Chillz. There may or may not be a monkey in the next episode of Tommy Nomadic. It's probably why it's on my mind, because it may be in it. Staffy's push. That's a great one too. I've heard that on F Simpsons, but they kept making typos. So that's the thing, is you have an infinite number of monkeys, infinite length of time. Eventually. And, oh, did I say a muffin named it Lurker's Daydream? Lurker's Daydream. Oh, did any of y'all see the new images from the new telescope? I love space photos. It's just it's Muty. I think it's like out of a nightmare. Right. really scared. Y'all did see him, yeah. It's just the scale of those images is it's just unfathomable by the human mind. I think. I mean, maybe there's a few people who can fathom it, but what we're looking at in those photos is it's just breathtaking. The Earth is I don't know I don't know what the actual thing is, but it's like the Earth is probably a grain of sand on 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 a grain of sand, or even smaller, just in terms of what we're seeing, you know. Oh, I was looking at Staffies when I said that I hadn't seen Muties. Are these the same? Oh, these are different programs. I was like, they're very different. The results. Muty, the second one, the from the top, the it looks like a turtle, a little bit, an orange turtle. The turtle's head in the shell. And then the one next to it looks like a flying saucer almost. Crazy. Oh yeah, Stabs is the giant monkey watching the one in jail. Yeah. That looks like that could be like a movie poster, you know? Crazy. Oh, Staffy's a new sound. VMM. Oh, does this work? Oh, it does. That works. That's nice. Okay, here's Staffy sound VMM. Yeah, imagine when these programs are going to be able to you'll be able to just say, make me a film about, you'll be able to do that. Oh, can I just unlock one? You know how Tubi generates a story? You'll be able to say, tell me a story about a monkey gets turned into a sentient pumpkin and has to seek out a magical typewriter in order to write a new chapter for its life to go back to where it was before. And in the process, it makes friends with a a funeral parlor director named George, a turtle named Lionel, and an abstract concept of fear played by Samuel L. Jackson, set in 1852 in Peru, and it'll just make your show for you, and you'll be able to watch it. Staffy says there's some work on generating video, just a few frames for now. Walking, yeah. It was VMM. Reading response: the monkey is voiced by Ron Perlman. Yeah. And every single human, every other character, is a fusion of Danny DeVito and trying to think of the opposite of Danny DeVito. Fabio. That's actually a terrifying combination. Danny DeVito and Fabio. Yeah, Arnold, that would have been a better one. Or The Rock. Or Doug says Kim Kardashian. Oh, reading response, then we get our much needed twins. We got Note of Angles. It's the name of our show, named by Rose. We did Flow Voltage, Driven to the Limit, Fixed on You, and a Lurker's Daydream. Dax impresses you basically written the script from a movie, just fill the rest with improv. Have you, Dax? I did improv storytelling at one point on this for a while. I did maybe 100 stories on here. I think they were all better than what I just said, though. I was trying to be as ridiculous as possible. But yeah, I will be doing that again at some point. And it's very possible someday that will be the only thing I do. I might just do storytelling someday. So stay tuned. And it was like with this show where chat would give me requests for ideas. Chat would give me characters and locations and words and objects. Oh yeah, we'll do another story at some point on Tommy Pneumatic. Beauty says bring back Ravnica. I put a spell on you with a -10 defense buff. Yeah, I don't think we'll do Ravnica again. Well, maybe, I don't know. I have some ideas. You know, I feel like there's potential for role playing. That's driven by chat, but oh, good night, Chillzy. But I did feel a little limited by rap. I felt constrained, having to work within. What was Ravnica? Oh, Ravnica, it was my attempt to be a little smarter about how I do things. Um, Ravnica is a world, a Dungeons and Dragons world, or Magic the Gathering / Dungeons and Dragons. It was originally Magic the Gathering, I think, but that's also Dungeons and Dragons. And so my thinking was, if I do something set within a known universe, it would make the fact that I'm doing improv a little more accessible. And who knows, maybe if I had stuck with it, but I think I didn't like it enough. I didn't like the constraints enough to justify the investment of time. It just felt. I mean, that's the thing, is unless something feels really natural to me, I have very limited patience for it to work. So it's like with the game show, same thing. The game show, if it had blown up immediately, I probably would still be doing the game show, right? Same thing with Ravnica, if it had blown up immediately. But because they're not things that they're sort of compromises, I have very limited patience for compromise. If I'm going to compromise, it needs to work right away. Otherwise, oh, thanks to Armand Tubi, and thanks so much to Staffy, Sowo, and Big Child. We had gifted sub for Muty. Thank you. 50 months for Soda, 8 for Falcon Tales, 52 for Sowo. Thanks to all our lurkers and chatters. He says we should do a D&D thing, but instead of elves and thieves, we should use band members and tie it all with music. We have the roadie, the manager, the lead singer, the groupie. Yeah. Rose says you still need to tie off the game show. Yeah. I mean, there's two ways I can do it. I could just give the answer. Right? Or we could wait until I actually feel like doing it again, and then I'll continue it. But if I was to do it now, I would just put up a screen that says here's the answer. But who knows, if we wait a little more time, maybe I'll do an actual episode of it. Thanks to our lurkers and chatters, we had BlueDubby, Buggerscotch, Character Characterization, Character Rose and Chillzy, Chuggy, Deckard, 4045, G Bill, I'm on the Big Child, Mr. Buffy, the Lovely, Neighborhood Watch, Q Square, Snazzy Jazzy, So What, Staffy, the Three Musketeers, and wow, Soda. Let's roll our subcredits. Staff is away for the payoff too long and it won't make much sense. I mean, I think it's already, from that point of view, it's already been too long. you know what I mean? No, but the way we would do it is, I'd repeat the question again, so it would be totally out of context. Yeah. Hey, Danny McFufflebutt, how are you? Well, Redeem Respawn, your name's going to only show if you made a request. Or you name something. Like you named one of the songs. So, it's very easy to get your name up there by making requests. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you what, though, if any of you can reach out to me privately, and I'll tell you. I can tell you the answer if it's really driving you crazy. I won't give you the translation, but I'll tell you the. I can tell you the answer. But I think the odds are I'm not going to do any more of the game show. I mean, I've explained it before. I don't think it works on Tommy. I don't think it works. How have you been doing, Tanny McFufflebutt? Oh, Tubi was sleeping. He says, I miss game show. It was so much fun. There were parts of the game show. I think if I'd had, over time, I probably would have developed in a way that the show itself was more fun. It was basically if I got to be much more interactive, I think. But the rest of it was very much of a job. It was a job. Preparing for the game show was definitely a job. It is not easy to come up with those translations and the questions. Is not easy to do it. It's not something that could just be crowdsourced, or it would have not. So it's very time intensive, the preparing for the show. Yeah. And even then, even with the amount of time I put in, there'd still be questions that ended up being way too easy or way too hard. It's very difficult to sort of get questions that get progressively more difficult to anticipate. Media says, you made it a job, you could have let us win, but no, you had to make rules. Rosa probably could, but only had one episode. Also, what is Penguin's favorite show going to be now? Well, maybe in Penguin's universe it might still be on. I don't know. The TV has a segue. Yeah. I know, Rosen, you're going to be frustrated with me because I just get bored so fast of ideas. I mean, I was thinking I'd use the TV every episode, right? And I did it, 2 episodes? And then I haven't used it since. I don't think. Yeah, I just get bored. Staff is you'd ask us that to how easy they are, yeah. Let's see who we're gonna raid. Oh, redeem respond. It's related to the van. I put it in the van. That'd be a better place for it. Just so because in the middle of the show, I'm not always. But if you put it in Discord in the van, I'll definitely see it and look at the link. Yeah, Rosa, I'm sure I'll use it again. I'm sure I'll use it again. I think, I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like it's going to be so much easier when I'm in the van. Um, I'm going to be able to produce, I think, in a much more disciplined kind of way. And I'm also going to be extremely limited because I'm going to have only what I have in the van, right? And that limitation will probably encourage me to use things more frequently because I won't have very many things. Um, so, yeah, I think it'll be so much easier. What am I looking for? That's good. Yeah, I think the kiddie pool can probably be patched. Yeah, I also thought I was gonna have penguin fishing every single episode, and I did it twice. Again, I get bored of doing the same thing over and over. I think that's just gonna be part of my life. It's just how I am. Trance Tuesdays. Have we rated this person before? No. Let's rate some trance. So we got a show on Saturday. That's our next show. Medius is over and over. Twice isn't over and over. Over and over and over and over. Oh, there's the echo. See, it happened twice. Okay. Oh, so that's fine. That's one thing about stories. You don't have to keep the same gag going every chapter. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's do our raid. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you on Saturday. Have a wonderful whatever come next. I'll see you soon.